Hey, well, how's life? That picture of Cowboy is hysterical. Yeah, thank you. Especially once you know him. Uh, oh, uh, yeah, he's quite a photogenic little guy, isn't he? Quite a photogenic little fella. So, um, yeah, there's more. I'm basically going to use Cowboy for some of my mayhem that I create with my art. He tells me it's okay with him. So how you doing, Gemini? Hello, Richard Elmore. Gemini Moon and Richard Elmore made it in here before even I quite made it in here. I'm so thrilled to see you, and um, the star is right here. Hey, pretty eyes. Show me your beautiful eyes. Yes. There's Cowboy. Okay. Yeah, my little cohort here. Hey, we're the Gangsta beanie. You're wearing a blaze orange toque. Thank you. You look good in orange. I can't see you, but I'm sure you do. I'll have to look at it shamanically and tell you you look good. You know, the orange kind of makes you look like maybe you escaped from a work crew somewhere. Kidding. Here in the States, if you're wearing orange, there's a couple of reasons. You could be um, somebody working on the infrastructure, or you could be somebody who just came from prison. And around here, we use oranges as our prisoner colors, so I guess you can spot them easy. I guess that's why it's kind of strange, though, because it's also a color we use for like jackets so that you don't run over folks, when they're working on stuff. But anyway, then you really look like a gangsta, right? Yeah, it's really a gangsta beanie too, because this is actually for those of you who didn't see it before. I'll show you what this actually is. Yeah, there you go. Hi. So it's a very gangsta beanie. Hello. Hello, it's just your friendly local Cthulhu. Nothing to be alarmed by. I'm just a cryptid. It's nothing you should be alarmed at. You should be losing your minds any moment, but roll. Let's see if you lost your mind now. Okay, well, they didn't do this before they elected that guy, did they? Should have rolled to see if he was going to keep his sanity, or if he had any to begin with. Okay, so it really is a gangsta beanie. It's a gangsta. I don't know why I always use that. Why do I always use that to be? I suppose we use it to be posh, don't we? We use this kind of voice to be sort of posh. I don't know why. Um, Orange Man Trump. There you go. Yeah. Hey, Crystal Shaman. There's a star man waiting in the sky. Um, I trans am. Anyway, so Crystal Shaman came in. Pam, I am. Yeah, I saw just like way too late. Somehow I missed your call when you called me back. Yeah, we've been wondering where is Pam, I am. We want to at least see you and make sure that you're okay. We love our Pam. Yeah. So, Crystal Shaman is in. We don't see much of Crystal. Um, Hope the messages are getting to you that we're on. Anyway, so yeah, tonight I thought I would talk about what the heck is a gangsta shaman. I mean, why do we call it that? Why do we, what's the difference between a shaman and somebody else, some other magic dude, women, whatever? And, you know, and what is it to be a gangster shaman? How did that happen? How did that term come about? And how did the shaman simulation? I think I coined the term simulation shaman or matrix shaman. Because I haven't seen anybody else use that one yet. Although, in effect, that's what we are. Linda made it in. Hello, Linda. All of you've been ill. I'm really sorry to hear that, Crystal. Yeah, I last time I heard from you, you weren't feeling good. I'm really sorry to hear about that. And then I didn't hear from you for quite some time. Uh, yeah, so we do have some folks showing up for gangs to be taken care of the hood. Yeah, you're glad you do. Oh, well, good, Circle K. Yeah, would have been sad. I don't think I could quite do the whole show as Cthulhu, but oh, that's okay, Pam. I kind of understand that, you know, this is going to be a little different season than you're used to. Um, I remember my first season on my own, kind of. I hid. I just hid. I didn't want to talk to anybody or do anything. I was hiding. Uh, oh, you've had some challenges, boy. Oh, I know, Pam. I saw that like too late. By the time I saw it, I was too into kind of getting stuff done. I couldn't call you back again. Yeah, I was off. I was letting the phone charge up, and I was off into the kitchen. And sorry about that. Sorry I missed you. But anyway, it's good to see that you're still fine, still okay. Positive vibes and good yogurt. There you go. YJ's advice. You need a candle, it's too dark to type. Why, just smile and let your sunny personality change it all. I don't. Uh, So it's too dark and you need a candle. Where are you? So, um, yeah, basically, I think simulation shaman is a brand new term that I came up with because it's basically now I'll go over what I've learned about what shamanism is, and I would be interested in hearing um, your opinions on this, of course, because you all have so much learning. Hmm. Yeah, my little cowboy. I tell you, the first time though that I was like completely alone, didn't have a cat or a dog in one of the places before I got my um before I got my prescription for for a stress bet for an emotional support animal. Um, that was hard. I had to back then where I had moved to wasn't going to allow any pets, and that was really rough. I really found out how harsh it could be to be in a place alone with absolutely, on the one hand, whew, I'm alone finally. After being homeless and like being constantly bombarded with stuff, it's like when you're homeless, you're like constantly at the mercy of whatever the whims of fate are, pretty much. But finally being able to lock the door and have a place of my own was wonderful, except but then it was very empty. So not having a kitty cat was really rough. And I knew I had to have a cat because a dog just wouldn't work because, in the situation I was in, I wouldn't be able to walk a dog every day. And yeah, it just wouldn't work. But thank goodness I managed to have a kitty cat. So managed to be able to keep a kitty cat. It really makes a big difference. A home is without a little animal to share it with. Now, if you've got kids, I guess they're the little animals. Uh, ooh, you just learned what diverticulitis was. Why? Hmm, yeah, that's crappy. Yeah, I would say the same thing. Get the hell away from grains. You know what? Grains will give me irritable bowel. It will. If I eat, and I can do rice, that's about it. Rice, I can do the weird ones like rice, or sometimes I can have spelt, which is a forerunner of wheat, but not wheat. Nope, can't have wheat, hardly at all. And have a little bit once in a while, like if it's a little bit of breading on something that isn't going to kill me. But if I try and have very much grains at all, I'm sick. Yeah, right away. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Crystal. Yeah, it's really hard to not be able to have a baby with you. Right. Yeah. No nuts. Yeah. That's what I hear. Yeah. Um, well, anything that doesn't digest that well is probably going to hurt you. Ooh, and the candlelight is so nice. You want incense too. Mm. I burn incense, but a lot of times I burn nonsense. Mm, I burn nonsense too. Um, I wonder what outcense would smell like. Probably not very good. Yeah. Well, of course, Cowboy can't go with me everywhere. I kind of wish I had a pet that could, but if I had my own vehicle, then I'd love to have a pet that would go with me, would be able to go with me. Yeah, no tomato seeds, no corn, no key. Oh yeah, hell no, no corn. Corn is bad. I will eat, you know what? I will eat an ear of fresh corn from the farmer's field down the way, but I won't eat canned corn. It's very dangerous, or frozen corn or any of that. It's very dangerous stuff. They have done some terrible things to wheat. For some reason, rice doesn't seem to be as bad, although you've got to watch with rice, you got to watch for arsenic because sometimes it's planted where they used to plant cotton and they used arsenic on the fields. Yeah, that is very sweet, YJ. Taking in the animals. Well, they used to call them animals. All of my animals. Yeah, there are other hobbies. I do actually I bought this one, but I'm gonna figure out how to make these. If anybody wants a Cthulhu mask this for this winter, let me know. I'm gonna figure out how to make them. I think I can make them. Yeah. Food allergies, you know what I hear really causes food allergies a lot of times is leaky bowel. And that's how you get a tolerance to intolerance is it gets into your blood and your blood says, ah, it's an invader. And suddenly you have an allergy out of nowhere. If anything that gets into your blood that is foreign, you can develop an allergy. And yeah, genetically modified stuff. Yeah, I can't. I have a big problem. My system can tell, can usually tell when some's been genetically modified. Oh, your dad left his dog with you and you got evicted? You told the landlord she's Satan. Okay. What? Circle K, you already look like that. Never showed us that picture, Circle. Oh, is all Olay. All okay, probably. Yeah, I'm okay for the most part. I have, I do have to say, I have seasonal affective disorder. I live in Ohio. Most of us do. Most people who live in Ohio have SAD. Yeah. But I take care of it. Yep. I take care of it and do things to keep from letting myself get too down. But it's very hard. One of the things is, of course, take taking the vitamin D and the vitamin K with the vitamin D so the vitamin D works. See, the ocean, the vitamin D. I'm vitamin D. I'm your little ray of sunshine. Yeah, leaky gut. If it gets into your bloodstream looks at it and says, ah, foreign invader, kill it. And then you develop an allergy to it. Yeah, food omissions. Yeah, me too. Definitely. Um, yeah, or D2 plus K. Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that, Linda. You know, I was depressed for a few days and it turned out that one of our friends from church died and she wasn't settled. And so finally, when Paul told me that she had passed on, I guess she had been very sick before she passed. And Paul finally told me she passed on, and I was out shopping at the time, grocery shopping. All of a sudden, there she is, and she's obviously not crossed over, and she's obviously not happy. And I'm like, oh, this does not bode well. This is not good. Yeah, she wasn't happy. She was very bereaved that she had to leave her kids behind. And she felt like she just had all kinds of, even though she went to the spiritualist church, even though, and she went to two different churches I'd been to. Like I don't go to any church, regularly now, but I knew her from two different places, Unity and Spiritualist Church. And even though she knew a lot of spiritual people, somehow she never did figure out, you know, there's so many things I guess it just never clicked in her head. Um, 8 pounds of dried apricots. Did you trade to someone who it's not going to hurt, huh? Mm. Oh, omega 369. You know what, Circle K? I haven't heard of omega 369. Yeah, she was really hurt that she had to leave her kids, and I guess she was And Paul said that she would start on a course of action to try and get better, but wouldn't stick with it because, she came to him to get remedies, but then she wouldn't keep taking her remedies. And she kind of put herself last. So, uh, which you can't do. You just can't keep doing that. You cannot always put yourself last. It just doesn't work. You have to take care of yourself. Uh, yeah, organic. Yeah. Yeah, get it from the Mennonites or grow it yourself. I'm so lucky to be uh, near the Amish here that, you know, uh, farmers that don't use a lot of crap. I can get a hold of that. Flaxseed oil, huh? Yeah, I've tried flaxseed oil. It doesn't always help me. And now everybody's got why? Because everybody's had trouble, right? Everybody's now got a no. Everybody's got their little thing that they found that worked for them. Even me. Um, I found Zetox, like I said, Regal Zetox. It's about $20. It'll take the toxins out of your blood, and it took my ankles from thankles to it took the inflammation way down because mine was heavy metal poisoning. Sorry, I'm clipping a nail that just was hooking on everything. Anyway, yes, grooving while I'm on. I break every rule. See, that's what I mean by a gangsta shaman. I break all of the rules of broadcasting, all of them right here. I break them. Depression is weird because, I've had numerous people that don't understand, they don't understand, say, can't you just cheer up? It's like, well, if I could just cheer up, I wouldn't really, it wouldn't really be a disease, would it? Um, it's weird. Yeah. Depression's weird. I think it's another program, really. I think I'm sure there's all kinds of things done to make sure we're depressed. You know, I won't take pills for depression anymore now that I know what's in them. Fluoride, all of them. So, I won't take them. I stopped taking them a long time ago. I told them I'm gonna go natural. Now I'm wondering if I could maybe get, hmm, well, we're not allowed to grow here yet. But if I could, I don't have a garden. It'd have to be an indoor thing. Gangsta tea. This was hey Crave Dog. Pepperami. How you doing, Pepperami? Uh well, yeah. I had to cross her over. And it took a while. And I was in the middle of a I was in the middle of a grocery store trying to cross my friend over and kind of pissed off that as many supposedly spiritual people as she knew, nobody was taking care of that. Nobody had taken care of it, you know? I was kind of pissed off. It was like, somebody should have noticed. I wasn't that close to her. I guess I was just receptive. That really confirms my theory, though, um, that one of the reasons they come to you is because you can see them. You know, why are they coming to me? Well, because you can see them. What's the use of coming to somebody who can't see them? Mm-hmm. CBD oil, yeah, I use CBD oil from time to time. Yeah. Now we just got this. I guess I just heard about this just recently. So I'm gonna get some money together and try it. But now we can get Delta 8 and 9 from hemp with THC and CBD derived from hemp, and it's legal if it's under a certain milligram dry weight, and it's derived from hemp. It's legal. So I'm saving up. I'm going to get me some legal herbs. Mm-hmm. That should take care of a lot of things. Yeah, there's all kinds of natural remedies, and I told my doctor I'm going to use natural remedies because I don't trust what's the chemicals in, because you know what? I think really that's part of the program is they put you in a situation where you're going to be depressed. You know, you're homeless, you lose your family, you lose your job, you have no money, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, you're going to be depressed. So then what do? Hand you something with fluoride in it. But wait a minute, that messes with your third eye. Now, some of us go ahead and see anyway, right? But yeah, it messes with your third eye. So, of course, they're going to want to make you depressed so they can give you something that messes with your third eye. Oh, that's nice, YJ. Yeah, music certainly helps. Once again, please dig my music channel over on MeWe and put your favorite music there. Healing music is what it's called. Frequencies, Rife solfeggio. It's called something like that. We we have to keep our spirits up even at this time. Um, but yeah, it was. I tell you, I don't know what. It was the 17th, is all I know, and we'd been warned that something was probably going to happen on the 15th, something big, but nothing very much happened really on the 15th. But on the 17th, it seemed like everybody was having a crisis and calling me on top of each other, call. And after a while, I just had to talk to somebody sane, relatively sane. So I called Jim and we played phone tag a little. But anyway, yeah. And it really did. There were several things that pissed me off about that. Just the thought that We knew all these people, but nobody could take care of Amy. What in the hell were they doing? Yeah, I don't know. For whatever reason, maybe they just couldn't handle it. Pot brownies or gummies, well, good for you. Yeah, if it's legal, eat it. Yeah, if it's legal, use it. It really is good. You grow hemp here, but we would still get busted for having it. Supposedly, there's this thing called the Farm Act. I believe it's either 1917 or 1918 that makes it legal in all the states, all the way across the board in all the states. You can have it derived from hemp, but not cannabis, regular cannabis. Somehow, if it's derived from the hemp plant, you can have it. So, yeah, I'm thinking vape pens that might work. Hey, Marilena. Marilena has just woken up. Okay. No, little bitty. What does it mean when you wake up with a metal taste in your mouth? I don't think that's generally a good thing. You know what? I've heard of that, but I don't think it's good. I think it's a deficiency in something, but I don't remember what. Can't be visible from off the property up to 4. That is a weird law. You can grow it, but don't let anybody see it. What? Grow it, buy it at the store, but if you grow it, you can't let people see it. Property. Wow. Some places you can have 4 plants for your personal use. Mhm. There was a place in Ohio where you could always have it, 4 plants for personal use. Oh, clover honey and fireweed honey. Interesting. Ah, yes. Honey is wonderful. Another wonderful thing, local honey. Chronic pain, yeah. It will, won't it? Lead you to explore things. Aw, that's cute. Yeah, people are getting strange little gifts of love. Mhm. Ah, bag of kratom. Yeah, kratom, I hear that's good. Um, yeah, I haven't quite felt drawn to it yet. It's not cheap either. Kratom isn't cheap. 369s. I didn't know that. Hmm. Hello, James Ortiz. James Ortiz made it in. So we have Pam, I am. We have YJ, Circle K, Crystal Shaman, Linda Bennett. I think I saw Crave Dog, yeah, and Pepperami. And I think I said Crystal Shaman. And yeah, Marilena made it in. Richard made it in. Richard Elmore. And oh, so we have pretty good group. And James Ortiz made it in. That's most of our crew there. Most of the regulars are in. Really? Old medicine stores used to have a pot leaf as a symbol for medicine. Well, it helps a lot of things, really. Yeah, the only reason they would have done that is a control thing, um, or a money thing. And I think maybe a little of both because, well, I heard a couple things. Like one of them is it threatened the tobacco industry. And the other thing I heard was it threatened the paper industry, making it out of trees. Because a rich dude had a whole acres and acres and acres of trees. So he didn't want hemp to become, because hemp would be really the superior paper product. So he didn't want hemp to threaten his industry. So he lobbied for hemp to go away. So there was reasons people, of course, don't think for a minute that, the rich people kept themselves from having it if they wanted it. I don't believe they ever did. Um, well, you can get dependent on kratom. I see. I see. So it uses the opiate receptors. No, you got to be careful then, yeah. Mhm. Oh, and cotton farming. Okay, well, that was another. So a lot of people had heard a lot of stories about it, how it ended. But what if the real reason was? I mean, I'm pretty sure the pharmaceutical industry didn't like it. It helped too many things. It was good for too many things. I mean, it's probably the same reason why a lot of healing herbs are classified as noxious weeds. Right, I know. Isn't that weird? Me too. Sometimes I'll be dreaming, and there's supposed to be a time in there before you get to REM's dreams state. But even if I'm laying down, sometimes for half an hour, just boom, there are dreams. um, there's questions as to whether or not hemp is addictive. For most of the time, they've said no, not really, not physically, but it can be, I guess, emotionally addictive. It's very strange though that we're going right into dreams, right into dream time. But I think it has to do with the way the energies are now. It has to be that some must be something that we're going through because we've got very strange effects going on with so many people reporting strange effects. You know, now with their sleep schedules, with their emotions up and down, with just everything. There's times when, like today, all I had was a sandwich with, had a grilled cheese sandwich with a slice of ham and on G-free bread, which is really the worst bread. About the only way I can stand it is if I do something like grilled cheese with it, where the bread is almost unrecognizable, and then I can barely stand it. So, oh yeah. Well, yeah, me too. There's a lot of things I didn't want to mess with because I, I sure didn't want anything addictive. Yeah, yeah. Pot is, yeah, not, they say it's not really physically addictive at all. However, it is psychologically. I think they say it's psychologically. Can be. Like people depend on it to smooth their life out. Well, they wouldn't need to if you didn't make it so screwed up, if you didn't screw things up for people so much, right? Then they wouldn't need anything like that. It's like, but they want you, of course, to use chemicals to do all this. It's like nature is not something they want you to rely on. And nature is actually probably your best bet in most cases. It's going to work better. I know. Gluten-free bread is weird. Yeah, that's what they're saying. It's more like that. Not really physically addictive exactly. It is very good for pain and very good for sleep. And in fact, strong indica will knock your butt right out, won't it? Yeah. Yep. It turns most people into couch potatoes very quickly. Oh, really? Our solar system is traveling through space, through a cloud of dust, and the stars are measurably dimmer. That's interesting. I can just see the Earth going, so when are you going to get us out of this dust cloud? It's like we've got this image of the plants whizzing around behind the sun going at breakneck speeds through the universe, around the galaxy. Um, anyway, a shaman, and I guess I should, at 45 minutes in, I guess I should do this. I really should get to saying, hi, I'm Deocean, and this is Deocean's Deep Woo. Here we do the deepest of woo, and I mean sometimes we get really deep. So, and there are things that I will not, I just no longer question. Like I no longer question that rain falls. You know, uh, One of the things I am not questioning anymore. I don't question that there's such a thing as Bigfoot. That's just a fact. It's a fucking fact. I'm sorry, folks. A lot of these things are a fact. I'm not going to sit here and pretend I don't know whether it exists or not. Unlike some shows, and I realize why they have to feel like they have to do that. But honestly, if you don't get it by now, what the hell is wrong with you? I'm sorry. If you see it as much, well, I mean, if you're in the community and you've seen as much stuff as we've seen in this community, what the hell is wrong with you if you don't believe in this? I'm beginning to wonder if, do you believe you're even alive? You could be, well, we could be wrong about that, I suppose, but I mean, do you even believe in yourself as an entity? Some people don't. I guess it's all possible, but geez, I don't get how people are still on the fence when so many people have seen this that if this were a crime scene, somebody'd be convicted a long time ago. They'd already be serving time, wouldn't they? Crazy. But then again, that's part of the clan world thing, right? Ah, I see. And your name is actually, that's right. Your name is actually Dustin. Mm. Do you have dust issues or do you have Dustin issues? Well, then, YJ, I know why you and I had to meet. It was destiny. It was just destiny. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Maybe it's not that funny. I don't know. Now we have Dustin issues. So anyway, um, as I'm saying this, I just want to also say, remember, this is just tips, tricks, and hacks for playing that massively multiplayer, total immersion VR learning game matrix called Life on Earth. It has nothing to do with real life, which takes place outside the matrix. Uh, I think I've seen outside the matrix a few times. I think every now and then we get out of it and we don't know that we are. Well, sure, why not, YJ? They're the same thing as the Clorox wipes and stuff. It's all the same stuff. It's just, and if you want to make your own, you get some nice strong paper towels or something, and you put in. You can make a solution of, I believe, it's like a drop of. Some people have made their own with like a drop of Dawn plus some alcohol and some water. I can't remember what the exact recipe was, but it's not hard to make those wipes out of out of well, whatever, paper towels and stuff. People have done that. Ah, you get out of the bathtub and a dust cloud forms. My ex had that for a while. I don't know what was going on with him, but for a while, everywhere he go, it would like we'd be traveling somewhere. I would wipe off the window and I'm driving and the window stays pretty clear. For some reason, he gets in the passenger seat, the window's clear. He gets in, starts driving. All of a sudden, the window just, everything's attracted to the window. Everything's getting all over the window. It's like really weird. And he was oily enough that he had a watch that he didn't leave oils, there, if he touched something often enough, it would start to develop oil marks. He was very oily. Maybe he was part Bigfoot. I don't know. Is Linda taking off? Well, it's nice to see you, Linda. Maybe she's just going to stalk us. Are you going to be stalking? So let me do the intro. I have to make sure I play this every time. Now that I have it. So basically, a shaman is a person who walks between the worlds and mitigates for the people, on the behalf of the people, mitigates the effects of the spirit world on the people, right? That's the way they go into the dream time, the three worlds of the dream time, the three shamanic worlds of the dream time. And they deal with spiritual issues on behalf of the people who can't do this for themselves. Because at some point, most of the people got that switched off, I guess. It's one way or another, and there's arguments as to how this happened. So those of us who managed to overcome that, whatever that drawback is, whatever that programming or whatever it was that happened, that looks like our genes were fiddled with, for one thing. But those of us who don't have that switched off, you're going to have some effects of being shamanic. I mean, what is shamanic as compared to other magical people? Well, a lot of other magical people have some kind of school of thought they belong to. Shaman does not necessarily have any particular school of thought or school of magic necessarily. And the shaman also frequently, though not always, uses power plants, powerful substances sometimes, and to see into the other world. And the shaman is more of a natural practitioner than, say, a high ritual magic user. Shaman has a tendency to go through the dream time. I mean, I think that's one of the biggest things is we use the dream time. And a shaman generally uses rhythm, the drum beat. So these are some of the, so if the drum beat takes you places, that's a shamanic thing. If music takes you places, I think that counts too. People can disagree, but then what's a gangsta shaman? Well, we go way outside the boxes, usually. We We don't color in the lines. It's kind of, yeah, it's definitely an out of the box type thing. And oh, dear me. The simulation shaman, of course, is somebody that goes through and can recode the matrix. And so that makes several of us in here, at least, maybe most of us, uh, Gangsta shaman. Gangsta simulation shaman is what I'm going to call it because we are changing the sim. If you have the ability to change the sim, I would call that sim shaman. So then we're the ones that really intervene for people who can't do that yet for themselves. I think that's the other major aspect of it is, well, thank you, Crave Dog. Because I've heard so many things about what a shaman is and what a shaman ain't. Now, actually, most of the time, it's just a person who has some natural abilities and doesn't want to adopt one particular school of magic. And and uses the dream time. So knowing that this dream time, and there are other names for this, but the dream time is that state between waking and sleeping just before you actually fall asleep. And so it's one of the tween times. And really, in magical lore, all tween times are sacred. All of the times between when things are changing from one thing to another, are sacred. Dawn, dusk, the difference between summer and fall, fall and winter, winter and spring, etc. Um, at those times are sacred. And actually, with the sun up and sun down, it's also a time when we perceive things differently because our eyes switch between cones and rods to see. So this is why usually at sunrise and sunset is when you're likely to see phenomena, when you're in kind of switching from bright to dim and your cones kind of go offline and your rods come online and you're seeing in black and white. This is when you usually are seeing shadows out of the corners of your eyes. You see things out of the corners of your eyes because the rods are situated outside on mostly on the periphery of your retina, whereas the cones are mostly in the center because we're mostly daytime animals. So that's why when you look right at something, you see something out of the corner of your eye, you look right at it, you can't see it. Well, that's not where your rods are in your eye. If you want to see things like that, this may also be why I've heard this with the Sasquatch too. A lot of times, if you want to see the Sasquatch, don't look right at him. Look off to the side a little bit and use your peripheral vision, possibly for the same reason. Um, they've sort of got a talent for going in between. Yeah, I was gonna say, I hope you liked the intro. I really had to figure out how to do it, how to use a new app to do that. It's not the app I used to use. Wow, I used to edit things so well. I used to do such great editing with one of my old apps that I can't get now on this. I can't get it on this phone. Um, what it was it AHC? Yeah, and I mean you could really edit with that. I edited I edited my first intro that I did that I really would like to get back. Really like to get a hold of that and finish editing that. Um, but I can't download right now off YouTube. I should probably take their deal and at least for a month or two and then get all my stuff off of there, download all my stuff off of there that I want to download um, and then stop it. But sometimes stopping the um, stopping the subscriptions like that can be difficult. But yeah, UFOs like to hang out between dawn and dusk. Yeah, either they like that time period or that's when we can see them best. Could be. They're always there, but at dawn and dusk, this is what I'm saying. The reason we might be able to see them better is because of this strange thing our eyes do with dawn and dusk being the times when we're most likely to see things outside of our normal vision range. I'm going to turn this light down. Speaking of, it's just a little bit bright for me. Yeah. Oh, and this is something they usually have a cloaking fail if they're using clouds to cloak because of the way the sun angle hits. I've noticed because I photograph a lot of sunsets. Usually that's when their cloaking fails because that tells me they're probably using um, plasma. Plasma makes an artificial cloud that's too bright. You can tell a plasma cloud as opposed to a regular cloud, it's too bright. And that shit that they're putting in the sky is also too obscure. You can't really see the sky that well. It makes it too bright. I find that a lot of times if you take a picture, all you have to do is turn down the brightness and boom, you know, around here anyway, around Ohio, you usually have a UFO somewhere in the picture. If you turn down the brightness, you'll be able to see it. So, hint for anybody who wants to be able to see them or who does photography, that's one of the ways that you can get a picture. And a lot of times, there's been times when I haven't seen it with my eye, but I'm like, okay, take a picture, and something's been in the picture. I could feel it even when my eyes couldn't see it. Let's see, YJ asks, is shamanism a choice one makes? Would it be described as someone who uses their astral function for helping others? I think that would be definitely one of the one of the things that we could put on the list as to make what makes it shamanic. Um, Definitely, a shaman is close to nature, has a tendency to use nature a lot. That's another common element. The dream time and nature and astral function, yes. Because now the old fashioned shamans, it said that they rode the drum. They used the drum beat to make their trips. So they were said to ride the drum. And that was another thing, the rhythm, using rhythm. See how these things are not quite the same as I'm going to call, although it's not against the rules in any way for a shaman to get help from another spirit or something, but they usually have a tendency to be more in tune with forces of nature. And it's not so much about spells as it is about just having a hands-on approach. For instance, if you're a victim of soul loss, which shamans deal with, which is basically a fragmenting of your energy. Now, how many times have I told you we can fragment ourselves? Um, we can do that. I mean, uh, oh man, and I just realized. See, that's what they use against the MK Ultras and stuff like that. They use our ability. That's an ability they use against us, that has been used against us. Fragmenting our personality because it takes your energy down. You can't really be at full power unless you have your parts. Um, you saw a funky mess last time of a UFO. Well, I guess a lot of people haven't seen them. It's just that the people who gravitate here are generally experiencers. I guess I ought to say that. Please remember when you come in here that most of us are experiencers. Uh, Experiencers gravitate to this channel just specifically because we just accept that these things are real and don't try to convince anybody that they're not. I'm not going to sit here, like I was saying, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I don't know this, that I don't know if this stuff exists or not. I'm not going to pretend this stuff exists. So, I just got tired of the shows, and they're a good place to start. There are a lot of good shows to start your field of inquiry. And, there's always this, they leave this, well, there's a shadow of a doubt whether this is real or not, but it's a good place to start. When you're ready to upgrade, then you come here, a place like this, where we just have already had it proven to us well enough, you know, and even if you're not quite to that point, you're still welcome. It's just realize that most of us are experiencers. We've already experienced this stuff. There's no question in my mind. Yeah. So, and if you're looking for information, this is a good place for that too, but because you will be talking to people who have actually lived it, not just stuff you're reading in a book. What would be the difference between a druid and a shaman? Probably not a lot. I'm thinking, well, there were some very specific things that Druids dealt with, specific herbs and stuff that they used, and certain, but actually they would be considered in the realm of one of the shamanic forms of magic, I would say, because there's, oh, you're just jealous, Crave Dog? Well, I'm glad you have that open-mindedness then, even though you haven't seen, but you've heard so many of us say, yeah, they're real. I mean, I've never seen a lot of things close up. I've never seen a kangaroo for myself, but a lot of people have seen them and tell me about them, so I don't have to see one for myself to know they exist, right? Am I right? So, you know, and we do have pictures. Yes, we do. And we have pictures of Sasquatch too. We have pictures of we have castings. We have people who have experienced talking with them. You know, like I said, once again, if it was a crime scene, somebody'd be in prison already. What the heck do you have to do? Some skeptics are just ridiculous, you know? It's like, okay, stay skeptical, whatever turns you on. Some people are just so invested in what science says. Science should be about exploring things, exploring ideas, and exploring the universe, not about cherry picking facts to serve your theory. I mean, the theory of evolution is going right out the window. I mean, their evolution, not that it doesn't exist, but that we evolved from cavemen here within, a certain amount of time. That is no. We have found bones that make no sense. We we have a lot of disjointed. All of a sudden, boom, they show up with nothing in between. If you ask me, the reason they can't find the missing link is because it's ET. This might be the missing link. ET is the missing link. Okay, just cut to the chase. ET is the missing link. We were tweaked. We were played with. Our genome was played with. Whatever we were originally, we're not the same as we were. Yeah, and they are telepathic. That's another thing. Telepathy. Everybody's telepathic except us. And I think a lot of it is programming. I think we've all got the ability. I know that a lot of us probably are mind speaking without knowing we're mind speaking things. I didn't know I was mind speaking Sasquatch. I had no idea when I was out in the woods. I was talking to Sasquatch and possibly little people too. Probably I was talking to the little people, Sasquatch, the tree dryads, the nature spirits, and everybody else. As everybody mind speaks, but we don't acknowledge it. Interdimensional, and that one's hard to explain, but it was beautiful. Yeah, some of them are. Like in everything mobile. I know what you mean. Yeah, some of them are really strange looking. They look like a hallucination for sure. Right. And YJ is probably right about that. Most people have seen something and just don't know they have. Like I was mind speaking and didn't know I was mind speaking. I didn't know that even as a term. I just know there'd be questions come in my mind and there would be answers come in my mind. And so Yeah, sometimes I knew I was talking to something. I wasn't, I wasn't quite aware of what I was talking to, but I was talking to something. But whatever it was, the things in the woods generally figured I was all right. I guess my heart was pure. No malice in it for anything out there and only love. I guess that's why I always had a love. But then also mind speaking the Sasquatch, apparently when somebody brought up that they thought they had a past life as a Sasquatch, I said, when I felt like I was contacting him, I said, is one of the reasons you talk to me, that you mind speak me, is part of our relationship that I was a Sasquatch at one point? That I had a life as a Sasquatch? And the reply was very immediate. There wasn't even any hesitation at all. It's like, yeah, sure you were. So I have been a Sasquatch. Okay? I've probably been a lot of things. I've been various aliens too. But here's another question. Are they all aliens or are they from inner Earth? See, this is how they get out from under telling us the whole truth. They tell a half truth. If you say extraterrestrials and they go, no, they could be telling the truth. They could be intraterrestrials. If you ask them about intraterrestrials, they may have to say yes if they're not going to lie. But that would be something that the In Club would know, right? Because they're telling you that Earth is solid and it's got molten lava in there and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it's like, can't possibly. So why would you ever think of intraterrestrials except apparently that exists? How exactly it exists, I don't know. But supposedly there are entrances at the North and South Poles. Because really, that's why we have a toroidal field on this planet, a toroidal magnetic field. It's like an apple. This has got to be why apple is sacred, why an apple is sacred, and why Bill Gates wanted to take it and own it. He wanted to own that apple symbol, didn't he? Apple is sacred as a sacred symbol because that's the shape this place, the energy of this place actually is. And when I was building worlds in the 3D world building uh, program that I had, a toroidal shape, you needed it. You had to have it. It was absolutely necessary to build a lot of things. Oh, he missed it. Well, yeah. And not only that, but a lot of them look like us. There are a lot of aliens, whatever, things that are not from this surface that look just like us, almost exactly like us. There are a lot of them that probably, I mean, humans exist, as far as I can tell, humans exist everywhere. And I mean, when I was a kid, it was weird because, some shamans have their substances they use. For me, when I was really young, when I had the first time I got drunk, usually this would be in the old days with your parents. Your parents would want to it would have to be in that environment where they could watch you and make sure nothing happened to you. And actually, I think it was like practice. You had to learn what it was like to be drunk, right? They didn't just throw you to the wolves back in those days. Alcohol was something that you experienced with your family in a family setting, you know, um, and which I think is probably a good model. And they didn't just like, oh, that's terrible, but it was more like, here, kid, this is what it's like when they felt you were at the right age, when you were mature enough to handle it. And for some people, they had a different idea than others. But um, anyway, I remember the first time I got drunk. I believe it might have been what might take ack of it. And yeah, my dad was letting me taste various things. I remember that. I tasted Canadian Mist, was one of his favorites. He loved Canadian Mist. And Akavit, which tastes weird, 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 weird. Justin Case can tell you what that tastes like because he's tasted it. Danes love Akavit. Um, and something else. But anyway, I got, I got drunk, and my mom asked me a question just offhandedly, and she said, "Do you think there are people on other worlds? Think there are aliens on other planets? Do you think no? Do you think life exists on other planets?" And I just all of a sudden, being faced with that question, my mind just opened right up, and I saw in my mind's eye all these other places. And I said, "Yeah, we're everywhere. They look like us, a lot of them. A lot of them look like us. Gosh, we're everywhere out there. Everywhere." And of course, she thought, okay, the kids had way too much. It's got to put it away now. But I remember that's when that really happened. It was so honestly, don't write alcohol off. I mean, some people write alcohol right off. No, 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 you got to have this or that or something else. And ooh, alcohol, ooh, ooh, It's like, dude, there's a reason they call it spirits. Some of us can function on alcohol. Some of us, alcohol does that to us. And, it's going to be a little different for different shaman. I was just lucky that it was something that was somewhat legal for me. Um, but yeah, a lot of times I would really have nothing but alcohol, but all of a sudden the world would sort of get brighter and start to sparkle when I'd be right on the verge of being drunk. I wouldn't be actually drunk, but just like on the verge of it. And things would get all sparkly and brighter and happier. And for some people, it gets darker and more horrible. I mean, some people have exactly the opposite experience. But for me, that'll happen with indica. You know, I get I get some indica up in my system, and I'm very likely to see the world as small, dark, and scary. You know, it kind of closes me in. And that's something I noticed is that it just affects different people differently. Some people love that stuff and need it, and some people no. Whereas sativa is a whole different story, you know. And then there were other things too. I mean, when I was young, that I'd really forgotten about for a long time, trying. Um, I wasn't really into a lot of the addicted. I steered clear of the addicted stuff. I steered clear of cocaine because I was afraid. I already was having nosebleeds. I was afraid I was maybe going to bleed to death if I tried cocaine. You know, and that kind of scared me. Um, but cocaine is not necessarily a shamanic thing either. And I stayed away from heroin because it's addictive, and I really didn't want to be addicted to anything. And besides, I hate needles. And there's a few other things. Of course, you wouldn't get me to try meth ever. No. Um, I already know that one. I've already heard all about that. You'd never get me to try it. However, in my life, there was a time when I ended up with LSD without realizing it, and it was great. And another time, mushrooms. My first mushroom experience was great. My first LSD was great. You know, um, sometimes you just kind of happen. These things just kind of happen. I mean, I grew up in that era, when it was kind of ubiquitous. So actually, I didn't have a lot of the nasty effects that some people have. But is it that, I just had a better affinity than some people? Some people maybe, like I said, some substances rub people the wrong way. It's not good for them. And I think it's different for different people. I don't think a cookie cutter approach really works. Oh, you're making Iron Maiden and Judas Priest Christmas cards. You know, almost one year I was thinking it's too bad I couldn't get, because Alice Cooper's got a song about Santa. It's obviously it was a slaying song because Santa was slaying along, and he was literally slaying everybody everywhere he stopped. He was just killing everybody right and left. And I was like, okay, it's a pun. He was going slaying, right? So when I say it's a slaying song, what is a slaying song? Yes, I love homemade cards too. I have been known to make homemade cards. I'm doing horrible with cards this year. I really am. I am very wise. Well, thank you. I hope so. I'm 65 years old and I've been doing this since forever. If I'm not wise by now, I'm really slacking. I've been through some, let me tell you. Um, yeah, I want one, YJ. I'll send you a card for sure. You're getting a card for sure. At least I hope you're getting it. The way the mail has been lately, I hope you get the stuff I send you. Right. You've been thinking how to bastard them, bastardize the crappy cards. Yeah, I know. I'm like, well, I think I know how to do mine, but I'm not sure. I'd need to get some help from my friend Paul, maybe. But I'm working on one. I wonder if I can download this image. Wait a minute, let me see if I can do it. I'll see if I can download this. Just hang on a minute. Mhm. Wait, let's see if I can do it. Mm, Doggone, it's not showing it to me. Mm. Okay, it's not showing it to me. That's annoying. Mm. See if there's any way I can add it this way. No. Annoying. It's bloody annoying. Oh, this is weird. I added music. Apparently, we can add music now. Cool. Okay. Can you guys hear this? Wow. Yeah, they're adding things. You suck, Circle K. You never send your aunt a card. You suck. I really need to be a voice actor, don't I? I have it in me. Oh, well, yeah. Not sure whether she's my aunt or my cousin. I don't know what to put on the front. Well, what does she put on hers? She call you cuz or does she call you nephew or niece? In your case, it'd be niece, right? Yeah, I guess I could have background noise if I wanted. Does anybody actually want any background music? I mean, I could play some music and you guys could tell me what you think of it. You miss the old guys who have died in your family and nobody knows nothing. Oh, that's sad. You know what? It's strange. We lose a lot of information all the time. If our older folk don't pass it along, we cannot count on the history books at all. As a matter of fact, I will make a prediction about next year. Next year, you're going to find out. We're already starting to find this out. Next year, it's going to become more and more and more and more obvious that everything we've been told about our history is absolutely bogus. I mean, probably every damn thing, everything. Probably none of it is true. The whole we came from cavemen and blah, blah, blah. We devolved into cavemen after the last cataclysm. Maybe we devolved. No, we didn't evolve from cavemen on this planet. No, we didn't. We're not that well adapted to this planet. It's just ridiculous. The more I look at it, the more ridiculous it looks. So many things they've told us, it's ridiculous. There were no advanced civilizations before us. Archaeology says that's ridiculous if you really look at what they're finding in the archaeological digs. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Praveen Mohan, you look at the Indian temples. Oh my God, it's so obvious. They had to have advanced stuff to do some of this work that they do. There's no way they'd be able to be primitive and do it. Now, I'm not saying they had technology like ours that we got now, but I don't even think this is our technology. I think that was our technology. I think what they had was our technology. I think this technology that we got now was something that was introduced here on purpose by somebody else. I don't think it's really ours at all. I think it's alien technology. I think we're already using alien technology. Hmm. Yeah. Crave Dog, that's a thought. Maybe we should all make sure we write a book. I have some journals. I should pull out my journals. Oh my God, would that be a show? I have to find them, but I should pull out my journals and read some of the journal entries I've made. Oh my God. Yes, and I did manage to save some of my writings. I had to hide them though. You know what? There was a full on, there really was a full on campaign to destroy everything I'd ever written. I had to hide things and forget that I even wrote them. Now I'm remembering. I think I still do have some of my old writings. If so, I may be able to shed some light on what I've seen that I've forgotten. Oh my God, what don't they want me to remember? I'm going to look them up. I'm going to find them. But see, I had to bury them and then forget I had them in order to save them. That's how bad it was. Anything that I thought, yeah, I'm gonna talk about, I'm gonna talk, everything disappeared. And I mean, from locked apartment. So I literally had to put it away, hide it from myself, hide it from everybody, and kind of forget about it. And I don't even now know for sure where it is, but I'll look. There are some places it'd be likely to be. I'll look into it and maybe I will be able to remember some of this stuff that I've forgotten now. Wow, that's exciting. I hope I'm not fucking up by saying that on this stream, that there are some remnants left. I think I'm going to have to transfer to something really soon. Oh, you're a child of the 60s. Well, there's a lot of that going around. Yeah, I think sometimes that, at present, it's just out of obligations. I remember I'd get things like socks. Gee, that's so personal. Gloves. Yeah, it's so personal. Unless you know the person really needs gloves, right? Um, right. I know. If you only hear from him once a year on Christmas, that's hardly a relationship. What? You're so funny. This is a comfy position for him. He's purring. Can you hear it? This cord goes to my earthing pillow case. Right here's where it plugs in. And then the plug is just a single thing here. Hope you can see that. And it plugs into the grounding part. So I have an earthing pillowcase that I sleep on now. That's what that white cord is. Socks are good if you're not if you're a kid though, who has a lot of socks. You're a kid with a lot of socks. It doesn't mean very much. Although it is something better than nothing, I guess. I had a friend of our family. I swear she drove me crazy. She would come in and she would say, you know, the first thing she'd come over to me and she'd go, "Wow, you're fat. You're so fat. Why are you so fat? She's really fat." I was just a kid. I was, and the doctor was saying, "Well, it's just baby fat. And, no big deal." But she really made a thing of it, you know. Every time she saw me, "Well, she's fat. She's so fat. She's fat." My mother didn't like that. My mother, I guess, had been very thin at one time. She wasn't, though later on. Apparently, in my family, it's quite common to put on weight once you age. As a matter of fact, a lot of us are not very thin. So, we're not small. So, um, we have a tendency to be tall and kind of large. I mean, um, and especially the Danish side. Danish people aren't tiny little people. It's not like we're Asian or anything. And what a lot of people don't know is that some of the Indian tribes were very tall. I mean, like, Nese was saying originally his tribe, Anishinaabe, they were like 9, 10 feet tall. I mean, I have cousins. I'm what? When I stand up all the way, I guess I'm about 5'10. When I'm all stretched out. Um, I have cousins, whole set of cousins, whole branch of the family. The top 6 feet easy. 6 foot is a small one, is a short one. So, you know, oh, your mom loves crime novels. Oh, socks. Well, now they've got some cool, now that's a different thing. Cool socks. Me too. I like to find something that the person's really going to be able to use and appreciate, personal thing. Hmm. They ever have that offer again where they have shipping, like $3 shipping anywhere, I'm going to get you that mug though, because I wanted to get you that mug. Had all your pictures on it that you sent. Got really pissed off when that offer went off. Because now it would probably be, who knows, maybe it'd be $30. It'd probably be twice as much as the mug costs. Anyway, but you're going to get something. Oh, well, socks and stockings, what's the difference? The Christmas box got lost. Yeah, well, originally stockings were just stockings. They were socks. Hmm. I mean, they weren't, you know, didn't look that Christmassy. They were just socks, I guess. Well, it's kind of funny if you think about it. There's really a real thing happening, and that's been usurped for a story about something else. You know, that seems to be what's always been done. And I look at all of these stories about the life of Christ at this time, the greatest story ever told. Boy, what a story it is, too. Sorry. I think a lot of it has been plagiarized and fabricated. We have, like I said, I have no quarrel. I have met the being who people think of as Jesus, and he's an ascended master, and he's very wise, and he's humble enough. He doesn't even care what you freaking call him, but he knows who you mean when you call him. So it doesn't matter. He's intelligent. He's an intelligent being, and they're all telepathic. So they know what you mean when you're thinking. Hey, how you doing, just in case? Tell them about Akavit, Justin. I was trying to explain Akavit, what the taste was like. Kind of bizarre to me, and to me, Akavit was the weirdest tasting stuff I ever had. Yeah, yeah, new socks are the best, really. Yeah, what thing is that? A dirigible to get ourselves right out of there, right out of this place. We all need dirigibles. That's what we need. We need to just visit each other, just float, float on over to each other's territory. Hey, yo, hopefully not get shot down. Hmm. Oh, nice. Nice, YJ. YJ is making wooden boxes with nice dark stain and blue felt insides. That's nice. I'm way behind. I have been trying to string beads and somehow I've been throwing them all over the place. For some reason, I just can't. I'm having trouble holding on to them. Having trouble doing beads this year, so I tried to do some crochet and I'm having trouble with the crochet. Something's going on with my hands. I don't know what. Black Death. Icelandic. Talk of it. I know. And old Danish men used to love to drink that shit. What? Just in case said Akavit is probably the worst alcoholic drink in the known universe, and it gives terrible hangovers. And the worst variety is the Icelandic known as Svarta Döden, Black Death. ah, 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 mm, that's funny. Uh, I I can crochet, but knitting drives me nuts. I have to knit on a loom if I knit. I can crochet though. But get me on a loom and I can knit like the wind. I can loom like the wind, really. I can get a hat done in 2.5 hours if I really push it. Maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe I'll knit you a toque. Maybe I'll make you a toque, eh? Actually, I should give everybody a toque. Steampunk gloves. That would be neat. Yeah, that would be neat. I have to think about that. I like steampunk and I also like solar punk and I like Art Nouveau stuff from the Art Nouveau period, which is the solar punk aesthetic, is kind of a neo art, it's sort of a revised Art Nouveau, sort of a revived Art Nouveau. Well, this thing is not really that hard to make. The more I'm looking at it, the more this wouldn't be that hard. I mean, look at it. Right? It's like these, I know how to do these, right? The tricky part is just getting the eyes. Now, what I liked about this, and one of the reasons I got it, is because you can actually still wear your glasses with this mask. They left the eyes big enough that you could actually wear glasses with this. I can pick my nose in private. Look, see, you can't even tell. Oh, well, I guess you can. Hmm. Speaking of that little pink nose there. Oh, I've got a, yeah, I got a video of that at some point. This cat, he really shocked me. I was touching his little pink nose, like a lot of us do, and he grabs my hand and starts using my finger to scratch his nose. They say cats aren't smart enough to use tools, but I beg to differ. Anyway, I could probably make a Santa beard like this too, but I really think this is cooler. Knitted Jamaican Rastafarian hat, yeah, that'd be easy too. I want some with cat ears. I'm going to make a hat with cat ears. Back of it is usually, yeah, it's clear like vodka. Caraway or dill. Yeah, that's why it's so really weird, man. Can you imagine if you used that for a burglar? Okay, you want me to cover everything? Okay, fine. Cover it with a Cthulhu cap. It's covered. Oh, gosh, I've made stuff like that. I've made a lot of weird hats. I've made a lot of weird stuff. I made soft sculpture stuff too. I made little animal shapes and stuff. Once made a kid. This was way back before they had anything like this. This woman said this kid, he's was kind of a loner kid, and he's doesn't relate to people very well, but she wanted a soft sculpture for him. She wanted me to make a soft sculpture for him, an alien toy that he could take around with him like a pal. But she didn't want it to look like a doll, a typical doll. She wanted it to be more like an alien friend, that he could take with him and have like a blankie, sort of, so that he could feel not alone, you know. And I did. I made the cutest alien soft sculpture toy with arms that, wrapped around. That was great. Using the wrong part of your Brian, wrong part of your Brian, Art Neve Nouveau. Autocorrect is brutal, but they're gorgeous cards. Yeah, I love the Art Nouveau. Yeah, show me which deck that is. I'll see if I can grab it. Grab them. There probably are several Art Nouveau decks, but you're right. If it doesn't work, don't give them to somebody who does. Sometimes I find that I bought something for somebody else, just to pass on to somebody else. Olin, hi, how are you doing? Oh no. Yeah. Okay. Ah, interesting. Okay, so Olin Thorson is asking for some healing. So let's take a moment and think about this. As we are talking about shamanism. Okay. Olin Thorson's daughter. Okay. You have my MeWe, don't you? Okay, I'm gonna just put my here. And I will also put you on my friend Paul's prayer list. There is my email. Send me the information, her name, so we can put you on the list. Water of Life, yeah, they really probably it was just like moonshine at one point. Don't let them give her anything regarding the abomination, the experiment. Don't let them give her the Jabberwocky. They're going to try to do it probably. Yeah, candle magic is the thing I taught my husband. That's the first thing I taught my husband magically. He wanted to learn magic. Little did I know what I would unleash. Something happened to him during one of his rituals. He was not the same person. He opened some kind of doorway, I tell you. It's not my fault, though. People make their own choices. But yeah, he became very good at candle magic. And, there was a time when we would go out looking for candles of the right color. There was this store called D&K, and they would have really cheap candles, whole boxes. You had to buy a whole box, though. And there'd be like 12 candles in a box, but it'd only be like $1 or $2 or something. And I got to where I could put my hand out like this and I could feel colors. He'd say, okay, I need red, I need green, I need gold or yellow or orange. Okay, right around there. You'll find it right there because it'd be like a great big, it was a bulk place. It was a place where they had overruns and stuff. So you had to look through big piles of stuff on a table to find whatever you were looking for. And so he would use me and it's strange. I could pick up where it was. It's like, okay, find me blue right in there. Um, and one time it was really kind of weird because he said, I need red. And I'm like, eh, kind of like it, but not quite right there. And when he looked, it was orange, not red. But we looked through all the freaking candles. There was not one box of red ones anywhere else in there. I used to be able to do that. Yes, that's a good way to describe it too. Except we call it the dream time. Yes, through altered states of consciousness. And we call the place we go the dream time, traditionally. Yes. Basically, to mediate for the people between the spirit world and this world. Oh, cool. Opportunities in abundance. That's cool. Two sets of dice and bowl, both of them rolled double threes. Wow. Three, 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 three. Oh, you do, B? You do the spirit photography. Wow, I want to see some of that. If I had a camera, I would try it. I would try to do it. I'm almost thinking there might be a way to do it digitally. I think I told you, I did mention here once, I had a friend who took pictures. She had to take them in the dark in order to get the picture. It had to be dark, so you had to turn off the lights, and then she could take a picture with her phone. And one of the pictures she took at her place, she was having a haunting problem, or she was telling me she needed help. The picture she took at her place was in the dark, and at first all you see, now it was a still picture. It was not a movie, it's not a video. But you could look at this picture and you could see the black, then something within the blackness, something within the darkness. And it looked like some kind of, it looked a bit like a gray, but I don't think it was a gray. I think it was exactly a gray. I think it was these other things that are called, Jim Mount called the mateer, and they're jerks, um, because they make trouble for people. They're just jerks. So this thing comes up to the camera, looks at the camera, realizes it's being seen, and ducks out stage left, literally, just, and goes out of frame. This was a still picture. I'm like, I just sat there with my mouth open. That was the first time I'd seen that. But I guess once you have that ability, once that ability arises in you, that's you will see like that a lot of times. Still pictures will start to move. Just like Harry Potter. Weird. You know the paintings that move in the Harry Potter movies? I saw that part. It's like, wow. I guess photos will start to move too. It's really weird. I do every now and then photos will start doing things. Yeah, fire is nice. Matter of fact, I think I will light this nice green candle because I think my lighter is charged up now. I've got one of those arc lighters. Hope it was getting charged up. Yep, looks like it's all charged now. Hang on, y'all. There we go. And get a little candle magic going here. There. Right. Oh, I agree. I would love to be able to repaint this place, but I think I'm going to have to settle for just putting wall hangings up. Color correspondences, yeah. My colors usually range from the green up to the purple, and then from there go to white and gold and black and the other colors, but really my colorful colors are upper chakra colors, which is not unusual. Really not unusual. Not unusual. Although I guess I look good in warm colors. Yeah, now I'm a squid head. The cosmic calamari. You know what? When my friend would do it, it would be because she felt something was around. What, Mr. Cake? Mr. Cowboy Cake? Call him that because he's sweet. Mr. Cowboy Cake. He's such a sweet boy. Weirdest thing about this cat. He's got a butterfly on his forehead. He's got an owl on his butt. And he's got two spots on his side back. On his, that guess would be his right side. And nothing, just white on his left side. And the spots on his right side change depending on, I used to think it was just depending on how he was positioned, how he positioned his body. It's more than that, or how you pet the fur or something. It's more than that. Those two spots change so much. Like, really, I thought I was like, am I misremembering? Because one day I'd look at him and there would be a heart. There's a heart on his back most of the time. And the bottom spot would be, as he's sitting up, the bottom spot would be a heart. And then the next time I look, the top spot would be a heart and the other would be a blob. And I'm like, what's going on here? It's really weird. One of them, so then sometimes one just looks like a wedge and the other looks like a blob. But then there are times when one or the other of them looks like a heart, and I'm like, what the heck is going on with this cat? Is this a message? Or are you just a little love bug? You just trying to tell me something about you, Mr. Kitty? Yeah, from the right side, if you look at his right side, he's definitely got the baby seal thing going on. He's white all the way down. Well, I know some people do spirit photography and can project with their mind into the film. That is a thing. That's a real thing. That's been done for quite some time. Interesting. I'm deep in the woo. Oh, you like the squid better than the foil, huh? Ah, deep in the woo. You need a glass of woo? Hmm. I'd be my guest. We're going to have a party Wednesday too. It's going to be a solstice party. You're all invited. We're going to have a solstice party, and I'm going to talk about more shamanic things. I'm going to talk about shamanic Santa. That'll be fun. It's a shamanic time of year. Let's talk about shaman Santa. And he probably really was. I'm doing some research that indicates that the real Santa wasn't really Saint Nick got conflated with it, and um, a lot of things got rolled into it like it always does. But probably the original Santa, and you realize Santa means saint. You know, like Santa, whatever is Saint, whatever, right? A Santa Maria is Saint Mary. Okay, Santa means saint, but the original, the whole idea of Santa, I'm going to show you something that pulls this together in ways I haven't seen before. So that'll be Wednesday, and then we're going to have another party. We always are having parties in here now. I think I will have a party every week for some reason or other. Well, the voil was a statement, you know. And B. Freeman finally heard me say molten lava and a solid iron core. What, you mean the Earth? Yeah, supposedly. They want us to believe that the Earth is just, you know, underneath the mantle. There's molten lava and and an iron core that's why we got the magnetic field and yada 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 yada. Bullshit. I can guarantee if that's the story they're telling, it's bullshit. Why? Because every story they've told us is bullshit. I'm finding that out. Every story they tell us is freaking bullshit. It's just not true. We're probably going to find out. You know what? It's beginning to look like the mud flood wasn't that long ago. You know, they tried to say thousands years, hundreds years, maybe only 300 or 400 years ago. May have only been 300 or 400 years ago that there may have been a mud flood event. And then what happens when the ground gets super saturated like that, it becomes quicksand and stuff sinks into it and disappears. So if your city or whatever isn't built on bedrock already, it's going to sink into the moist dirt and get buried, which may be why we see the rock cut ruins. They weren't going anywhere. The rock cut ruins, solid rock all the way down. Yeah, I guess they figured they weren't going to sink. Oh, you only need 3 miracles to get sainted? Oh, freak, I was a saint a long time ago. I was a saint a long time ago. You know what, Saint Nick? I should make some cards with a picture of Nikola Tesla in a Santa Claus suit. That'd be funny. I already made a picture of Cowboy in a Santa Claus suit. Hey, meet Cowboy Santa. Yeah, toroidal shape is what we're probably really. 3 miracles, that's all. Jeez. I had that covered a long time ago. I've been a saint all these years. I have a bunch of times over that. But the Catholic Church has to improve. I don't care. Miracles are miracles. Whether they say or not doesn't matter anything to me. Yeah. Oh, what was St. Nick's deal? Well, I know the basic story of St. Nick is that he was a old Catholic priest, I think, who named Nicholas, who um, felt sorry for the poor kids because they weren't getting anything for Christmas. So he would, in his spare time, he would make toys and just give them out to kids at Christmas. That's the story. That's the narrative. And I believe it's Germanic. And that gets conflated with Germanic Father Christmas type figure, but that's an Odin type figure. There's an Odin type figure figuring into it. There's a couple of other gods that are like Odin that figure into it. But the thing that really cinches it, I'm going to explain to you on Wednesday, so don't miss Wednesday. You're going to love it. And then you're going to laugh. Every time somebody talks about Santa Claus, you're going to laugh and laugh and laugh. We built this city on rock and roll, that's right. Yeah, supposedly he gave toys away to poor children who weren't going to get any toys from their families because they were too poor. So, supposedly that was a real guy. And his name was Nicholas. But then we get all kinds of other stuff thrown, and this is the way it always is. Get all kinds of other stuff thrown in with it. People, kind of do what's called syncretism. Syncretism is where you go, oh, goddess of love, goddess of love. Oh, so and so is so and so. Like, for instance, Aphrodite, Greek goddess of love, Venus, Roman goddess of love. Syncretism is, oh, I see. Aphrodite is their version of Venus. And in voodoo, it's very big, but it's funny because their god Getty is syncretized with Jesus, and he's a death god. He's a god of death. Why? Why did they syncretize Jesus with Getty, their god of death? Because both of them die on a cross. Well, think about that for a minute. So when you go in and see a cross on somebody's wall in New Orleans, there's a very good chance that is not really Jesus there. That might be Getty, especially if it's not a wooden cross, if it's metal. That might be Getty. Now, here's the joke that a lot of people didn't get. I didn't even get it right off. You remember Mapplethorpe? How we got in a lot of trouble for a specific installation, right? Specific work of art. Anybody remember Mapplethorpe? For anything but him taking a picture of himself with a whip stuck up his butt. Mm-hmm. Okay. So, so the voodoo god is named Getty. He's on a cross. That's Getty. He's syncretized with Jesus on a cross. Not Jesus self-healing people and stuff, but Jesus on a cross. Okay, so then he takes a crucifix, puts it in urine, in a jar of urine, and calls it, piss Jesus. What is he really saying? Piscetti. It's a joke. It's a pun. Piscetti. What do little kids call spaghetti? When I found that out, I'm like, he was making a joke. So that wasn't really supposed to be Jesus in there. That was supposed to be Getty, but well, I can appreciate the sense of humor about it all, but of course, the Christian world didn't see it that way. Didn't see it as being particularly funny, because they didn't get the joke. They didn't know the rest of the story, right? That's what Paul Harvey, the rest of the story. I'm going to tell you the rest of the story about shamanic Santa Wednesday from what we can come up with so far. There's been some new light shown on this, which I find very interesting. So let's see, we've been on 2.5 hours and it is now 12:34. And SCA Betty, Ska Betty, I don't know what that is. Oh yeah, there are people who do use reindeer. Absolutely. That's the Germanic influence, and that so he gets syncretized with Father Christmas. He gets syncretized with Odin because Odin also wandered around carrying a bag, and he gets syncretized with other gods who do that in other belief systems. So Santa ended up getting all of this stuff rolled up into this idea of Santa. And if you look at some movies, particularly the ones that were made in like this more Spanish influenced ones, like maybe made in Mexico or Spain or something, Santa is almost like Superman. He's got, you know, these amazing abilities. But think about it. He sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows whether you've been bad or good. So be good for goodness sake. What does this sound like? And he flies with through the sky with reindeer. You know, they make him really into um, like a Superman figure. I've seen that. Well, this is interesting because the Superman figure is a sun god, just like Jesus is also a sun god, considered a sun god. And we've discussed why he's considered a sun god. Okay? This all ties in together, all of it. Yeah, we get you crucified for saying them. I know what you mean. Crucify these people. But yeah, it was good enough for your savior. Yeah, they won't crucify you. They'll burn you or hang you or actually dox you. Yeah, they'll just dox you and blacklist you. They really try to strong arm people. You know what? I remember out on a street corner playing some music one time, just trying to get a few tips to get some gas money. And I remember these three guys, big guys, obviously athletes from the university. Do you love Jesus? Is Jesus your personal Lord and Savior? Because if he's not, we're going to smash your face. And I said, you really think that's what the Jesus? Is that what you got out of your Jesus education? Who educated you? They were really dismayed that I was not afraid of them. I'm like, who told you that this would be? As a matter of fact, there's a verse in the Bible, and I forget what it is, but I used to tell them this all the time. When they'd start that stuff, I'd say, you realize there's a verse in the Bible where the disciples come up and tell him, we beat this guy up because he didn't believe in you. And Jesus actually says, that's not what I want you to do. That's just the opposite of what I want you to do. What did I tell you to do? I told you to love everybody. I told you to love them as yourself. And you beat them up? What in the hell is wrong with you? I mean, I can imagine. Can you imagine? You know, it's like very explicit, you know, and it's so I would tell them that verse. I would say, look that verse up, folks. But what's the first thing they want to do? They want to go beat people up because they don't believe in Jesus. What? People were put to death, put to death because they didn't believe. What? Come on. That's right. Horse with 8 legs. That's where the 8 comes. Yeah, an 8-legged horse. Weird, huh? He was riding an octopony, an octohorse. That certainly didn't come from here, did it? If anybody wonders, was this guy probably an alien? I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's aliens. Mm-hmm. An 8-legged horse. 2 wolves and 2 ravens. That's right. Exactly. An 8-legged horse, 2 wolves, and 2 ravens. That's his totem symbol, his totem animals. If you see 2 ravens, that's Odin. Odin is talking, wanting to have a word with you. Of course, ravens have their own thing going, though. They really do. Ravens are interesting birds. In the Haida there is a raven clan. That's in Hawaii. Mhm. There's a shamanic place there that's very remote called the Haida. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Adam had it, or I mean, Odin had interesting pets. So, anyway, yeah, and he was considered one of the shamanic. I mean, he's the one that came up with the runes. Runes. I love saying that. Runes. Runes. It's fun to say. Yeah, usually they don't. They aren't very serviceable when they are. But here's something that isn't brought up too often. It looks like one of the things that happens with evolution is the newer forms have fewer and fewer limbs. So a form that's very developed would have fewer limbs. Like the farther along you go, the less limbs it has. Some of the very oldest life forms, like spiders and stuff, have more limbs. So spiders are older than insects, supposedly. And actually, that's interesting because pythons, I believe it's the python that has vestigial toes. Apparently, they originally had legs. That's why people sometimes can talk to that, say, oh, that must have been the Garden of Eden serpent. It has vestigial toes. One time it walked around. It must have been able to talk at one time, too. Yeah, there's bestiality in there, and there is in the Roman, Greek, and the gods were weird, man. The gods were weird compared to our way of thinking. They were weird, man. Really weird. The way the people think now. However, it's going back that way. Seems like we're going back to that. Yeah, it probably was more genetic engineering. I mean, we have seen the idea of the chimeras, what they're calling chimeras, which are the combination animals, which is what a griffin is, by the way. A griffin looks to be a combination animal, and then there's a hippogriff is also a combination animal, and um, well, there's quite a few combination animals that you see in old carvings and pictures and stuff. Obviously, they were screwing around with genetics. Yeah, it may have had nothing to do with sex. It may have had everything to do with GMOs, because it's obvious our bodies here are GMOs. Our bodies are GMO'd. There's just no doubt about it. The way that our genetics have been modified, it's it was done on purpose. There's really more and more support for the fact that it's been done on purpose, that we've been modified on purpose. That's true. Spiders actually have 10, if you think about it. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure it was alien necessarily, though. Were they, well, yeah, they would be aliens because supposedly they came from outside the solar system. But supposedly there were some creatures that lived here, and they were reptiles. So the reptiles might actually may have been here before us, but they're living in the earth and not on it. Well, I suppose if you get sufficiently advanced, you no longer need to live on the surface. It would actually be safer to live in the planet. Um, because of all of the stuff that happens on the surface of this planet. I mean, look what happens when, when we have a pole flip or some other cataclysm, things on this planet get really whacked. Oh, yeah. And they call them mandibles or something, right? Yeah. I think they call them mandibles, but they are appendages. And actually, most insects also have 2 extra appendages on their heads. Yeah, the minotaur. That was another, probably a chimera, because that came supposedly from one of the god's wives had a thing for a bull, a sacred bull, and had a tryst with a bull. That's how you get the minotaur, I think. That's what the story was. Or did they just GMO it? And then they made up the story after. Yeah, and we can't be entirely sure that dragons weren't a chimera also. Um, but we see a lot of chimeras in ancient stuff. We see animals with human heads, humans with animal heads. You know, this animal with that animal, with this animal with that animal, all kinds of mixed up crazy stuff. Look like somebody putting their dolls together, taking all their dolls apart and putting them together weird. So obviously they did a lot of things just for giggles, just to see if they could do it. And supposedly they had a ray that would turn you to stone. Yep, they had a weapon that could turn you to stone. Right, some of it might be biological pollution. Like, we don't know, but they're so weird. If if you were going to pick a creature that didn't come from here, wouldn't an octopus might be one of your candidates? Yeah. What if they just kind of stowed aboard one of the ships and that's how they got here and then found themselves here? I mean, do they seem like they really belong here? They're so different from everybody else. I think they've got their own genus, in fact. That's true. Well, and really, monkeys are not the closest ones. They're and they don't even act that much like us. To tell you the truth, the closest creatures to us that I've seen in behavior and form are probably bonobo chimps. If you don't know about bonobos, go look it up. It's quite an education. Quite an education. Mm-hmm. You've looked directly at a water dragon from fairly close. What's a water dragon? A water dragon. You're talking about a real water dragon, but what's a real water dragon? Because I love dragons, I really do. But some of these creatures could have been from the last time before the last cataclysm. Maybe they were real before the last cataclysm. And you know what? If we are to believe Mud Fossil University Roger, then they might have been so big that we couldn't tell. Because, if they're huge, we're not going to see them. They're too big. A kelpie, yeah. Remember hearing about the kelpies. Yeah. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Ogo pogo. Ogo pogo. So it's a water dragon. Interesting. Yeah, and why isn't it a dragon? Why are we not calling it a dragon, right? Why do we not call it a dragon? It looks like a duck and walks like a duck. Maybe it's a duck. It could be a duck. Well, this could be a dragon. Why isn't it a dragon? But I guess we actually have a lot in common with bats as well. Now, this is the weird thing. We have a lot of genetics in common with bats. It's closer to us than it is to a rodent. Figure that out. It's really interesting. The animals that we're genetically very close to. It almost seems like maybe somebody was having a little fun with yanking our chain a little. Let's see what they think about this. Sure. Why not? Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't sit there and say no. After all, they gave us this story about dinosaurs, but they really don't have that many dinosaur bones. They really don't. How do we know they got it right? In fact, there's a guy who said on the Tyrannosaurus Rex, it doesn't make any sense. They need to turn the arms around because those little tiny arms don't make any sense. If you turn them around, they make cool little wings, though. They would really be better little as vestigial wings than they would be as they would really make more sense because he couldn't use those freaking arms. Couldn't even get them to his mouth. Hmm. Oh, there's got to be lots of water critters. They're finding new undersea stuff all the time. There's stuff so weird under there that there is no way that we have a knowing. But people who swear they've seen merfolk, I would call them, because some of them are not mates, they're men, swear they're more like 10 feet tall. When they see them, when they report having seen them, they're not human size, not current human size. Actually, somebody got what might be a smaller Nessie. Somebody got a photo of what might actually be the same creature as Nessie. It's an unknown creature, and I forget where I saw that story. But they got a photo of a creature that seems to fit with the Nessie story. It's got a long neck, it's got flippers and a long tail, and it kind of flies through the water and looks like, what is the kind of dinosaur they say that Nessie probably is? It looks like that. Yeah, I wonder about the Triceratops. But, what is a dinosaur? What is a dragon? And birds were the next stage up from reptiles, right? When you see birds without their feathers, you can really see it. So, in that in between phase between a lizard and a bird, couldn't you have a lizard with wings? Of course you could. We've seen, they talk about pterodactyls, but there could have been either even other forms like that. I don't know, Lewis. I think Nessie was around before him, though. You know what? That would be great, YJ. And then I want you on the show to tell us about it. Oh, really? Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know there was a movie like that. I didn't hear about it. I've seen a golden dragon coming through a Stargate. I have a memory of it. Golden dragon coming through a Stargate. It looked just like a dragon, too. Right. It does. It shows people riding dinosaurs. And then they're trying to say, no, no, that was all faked. That was all a hoax. Yeah, well, that's what they always say. And now that we know that everything they've told us is a lie, who are we to believe anyway? Do we really believe all that? I don't believe all that. I don't believe any of it anymore. I don't believe anything they tell me anymore. I'm just open to seeing what the truth really is. I think the truth really will come out. And the thing is, if humans were much, much bigger, this wouldn't be weird. I mean, apparently, at one time, humans were much, much bigger. There were much bigger humanoid people. I've seen the spirits of them. I've seen humanoid spirits that are huge. I have one. He's a friend of mine. He sits out back a lot. The dragon riders of Pern, there might be a reason it strikes a chord with so many people. Those were very influential and popular books. It could be that that was a real thing at some point. Maybe we did have that kind of relationship with dragons at some point. A mutual beneficial relationship of some kind. It's not impossible, considering that everything we've been told is wrong. It's not impossible in my idea at all. In my humble opinion, a lot of crazier stuff exists. I mean, we've got some pretty crazy stuff. Interesting. It was kind of somewhere between a dog and a horse, the head. The neck was kind of giraffe-like. Interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, there's some reason people gravitate to these stories, and there's some reason, if you ask me, like the whole steampunk thing, I think that was our real technology. I think that's our real technology that was usurped by what we have now. I think the steampunk stuff really did exist. We probably did fly around in airships all the time. That was probably one of our main ways of traveling around. That that's one of the theories as to why we see so many vanilla skies in these pictures. Because apparently they had Photoshop from the very beginning. Now they didn't have a Photoshop program, but they had ways of altering pictures from the very beginning. So they could alter pictures from the beginning of photography. It wasn't hard, but it was skilled work. And that was actually a job you had, altering photographs. You could get a job altering photographs. You're really good at it. You get paid very well. The one that I saw coming through a Stargate was a living ship, shaped like a dragon. Now, this was the interesting part. It was full of souls. That was how they were traveling. The dragon was a repository of the spirits or consciousnesses of those people in this ship, and it was a living ship. And their spirits were stored all over that dragon. And so some people were in the eyes, some people were in the arms, some people were, in different parts of this dragon. And when I saw it, I was up by the eyes, where the third eye was. So in one of my lives, I rode in that dragon, in that golden dragon. So there's a whole story to dragons that we're not being told. There's a big story there that's we're not being told. We don't have recorded. That's right. It could be a bird. Birds lay eggs too. And then you got the platypus that God threw in just to confuse us. Yeah. The platypus is one of those things that you sit there and you go, what? You know, it's like they took the leftover parts and just kind of fused them all together and said, whoa! Oh, yeah. This should be fun. Remember, they used to get drunk a lot when they were creating life. So do we. We get drunk a lot and create life, don't we? Happens a lot. Anyway, but yeah, there were stories of them actually creating life while they were drinking. They were drunk. And they must have been real drunk when they came up with a platypus. Nope, got on the head of a giant dragon with fiery arrows and who blew apart. Oh, that would be weird, wouldn't it? Oh, the one I saw? Uh, well, it is called a duck-billed platypus, Luz. The one that I saw I didn't see it breathe any fire. It really looked very saurian. It looked very dinosaur, like it did look like it could have been a dinosaur type shape with the wings and everything. It could have been it looked like a flying lizard. Actually, to tell you the truth, you know what? It kind of reminded me of Nessie, except with wings instead of flippers. You know, and legs instead of flippers. Well, but it had that kind of a look with the long neck and kind of streamlined body. Wasn't exactly a Chinese looking one. Had a kind of a long body, but it was a bigger body than the Chinese ones are shown. The Chinese ones are more like a serpent with wings. This was more like a lizard with wings. Oh, really? Yeah, it could be a small version of what we're talking about here. Aye, there were green alligators and long-necked geese, humpty-back camels and some chimpanzees, cats and rats and elephants, but sure as you're born, you ain't gonna see no unicorn. Except people are seeing them again. People are seeing them again. You know why? Because we're in the fourth dimension now. We can see them again. We're going to see a lot of things come back. We're going to see a lot of these so-called mythical animals are going to show up. Watch it happen. Platypus has got to be GMO. Gotta be. Yeah, that's what I think. I think they were freaking drunk and they had all these spare parts and they said, I know what's really going to confuse. Wait till you see this one. Oh God, this is going to be great. Yeah, yeah. Give me that. What's over there? A duck. Yeah, a duck. Yeah, give me that otter piece over there. Yeah, that otter jeans. The otter. Yeah, let me get. Oh, yeah, a duck bill. And how can we make this weirder? Yeah, yeah, beaver tail. Good idea. But it's not weird enough yet. A venomous stinger. Yeah, cool. Like a scorpion or something. Wait, where? In the mouth. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. Genius, genius. Webbed feed. Anyway, or whatever. Whatever. They were going through they were like cleaning out the fridge. You know how you clean out the fridge and you try to make soup out of it? You ever make refrigerator soup, leftover soup, stone soup? They call it. You just take all of the spare stuff you got, throw it in a pot and cook it. Call it soup. I think that's what the platypus was. It's just, sure, let's try it. What do we got left? Oh, we got some of this. We got some of that. Let's put all this together. Now, if I can put all this now, if I bets that I can get it to work, bets that I can get this platypus, I'm going to call it a platypus, bets that I can get this creature to live. No way, man. There is no way. There is no way you're going to get all that shit to work together. You are fucking nuts. Okay, you're tripping. No, man. I'm telling you. I'm going to make this creature work. And I'm even going to make it so it reproduces. Oh, come on. Now, how's it going to reproduce? It's going to lay eggs. What? It's a mammal. Yeah, I don't care. It's going to lay eggs. Wow, man. That's genius. Yep, that's how I think it went. Right. The platypus is, if you guys can't figure it out by now, if you haven't figured it out by now, yeah. Oh, wow. It's early for you, Justin. Hey, love you, dear. Hugs. Dream well. Have a wonderful, wonderful dream or two or three. Platypus came from D&D. Uh, sure, B. Eh? Sure. I think it was a couple of drunken geneticists just like trying to put one over on us. Like if it isn't the biggest sign in the world that something that somebody was GMOing long before us, right? This cannot have been a natural creature. How in the hell could this ever have evolved as a natural creature? No, just no. Yeah, bunny eggs. Right. Yeah, it could have been a test animal. I think it was just a couple of drunken geneticists that just wanted to see if they could do it. I wonder if we put all this shit together, can we make this a living organism that reproduces? Just testing the limits of what you could do, what you could put together, and have it still function. Remember, to them, these would all be avatars. Nothing has a soul until it's ensouled. So they could have been just playing around like Tinker Toys, you know? Platypus may have come from Plum Island, and I don't know anything about Plum Island. Lewis Taw, could you inform us? A quest for the eggs of a geneticist. Well, it's interesting because the way that they just so casually were creating things. It was, oh, la da da da, I guess I'll go create something. It was almost like, somebody going off to, I think I'll put this together, just tinker around, see what I can do. It was, there are stories like that. The new Avatar, I haven't seen the latest one. I saw the one that was like a game, and I hated it. It was obviously a game. It made no sense. It was a bioweapons lab, Plum Island, but it was shut down and moved to Kansas. Well, but there were platypuses around for a long time. I suppose that could be a lie too, though. Who knows? Maybe they kept it because it's so weird. Yeah, it's like, wow, this is a weird creature. I really would miss it if it was gone. That's something. An everything animal, kind of like an everything bagel. Oh, interesting. I think I have heard of it, but forgot that it was called Plum Island. I think I've heard of the place, though. That sounds like something pretty neat to look into. I'm going to have to look into it. And we'll have a big discussion about chimeras. Yeah, we'll have a discussion about chimeras. How does that sound? That'll be on the list. Put it on my list of stuff to talk about. It could be. I don't know. I'd have to check. Yeah, if they were making chimeras again, because there's nothing new. Nothing's new, folks. Remember, everything we're doing, another situation way before ours, and another advanced civilization existed. That's obvious now. It's more and more obvious they've been in hiding this other advanced civilization on the surface here. We're going to find out, yeah, there was maybe more than one. It looks like there was more than one advanced civilization before us. It got destroyed. Yeah, chimeras are always fun. That's right. That's right. They make spider DNA and other stuff. Yeah, I heard about that. It's because spider silk is so strong. kind of gross, but yeah. What? Aw, he looks like such a sweet little boy. You're such a sweet. Mama loves the heck out of you. You look so sweet there. Let's see if you can see him. I don't know if you're looking at him or not. Waiting for me to just pet him a little bit. He loves being up here and just get petted every now and then. Then he purrs. Oh yeah, I love everything bagels. I can't eat them anymore, but I have the seasoning for everything bagels that I use on stuff. Yeah, the nightmare floor. I've heard about it, Dulcie. And he's purring. Yeah, he looks so sweet when he's there like that. He said, looks such a baby, such a sweet little guy. Sourdough bagels. Oh yeah, those are good. I used to like those. Gosh, I miss bagels. I miss bagels and I miss pizza. But you can make cauliflower pizza, but it's not the same. But at least it's pizza. Oh, I miss pizza though. I miss just being able to order a pizza. Uh, hmm. Okay. What? We still got, looks like we still got like 5 people watching. Oh, it's 1:25. You know what? We've been on for 3 hours. Oh, I'm pretty sure that wars are not always, as a matter of fact, maybe they're never us. I'm pretty sure something else is causing that. I don't think it's all on us. I think they're set up for sure, especially over the one that we got right now. The one that we're doing right now, that one was a setup. Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. I don't believe the bullshit for 1 minute. Oh, more than one faction of aliens, more than one faction of non-humans, intelligences. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Gotta be. Only thing that makes sense. Yeah, when you really look at it and and you're not being bogged down by when you really expand your thinking a little, it's like there's got to be somebody else really benefiting from this because I mean, keeping us at odds with each other is the way you control a populace. If it's not all humans, who is it? There's got to be, yeah. That's already a foregone conclusion too. Is there's people besides just humans running this show? Right. There are. Well, you know what? If there were some reptiles that did evolve here that are very advanced, one thing they would do is defend Earth. That doesn't necessarily mean they would be defending us or the surface if they're living underground, right? But they would defend the planet, probably, right? Because it'd be their planet. They would consider it their planet, their home. So they would defend that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they would be defending us or care that much about what happens to us. Unless they considered us allies. But if they're that much ahead of us, would they even think that way? Or would they look at us like we look at monkeys? Now, I suppose some of them would be kind of like the Peace Corps or PETA or what, Greenpeace or whatever. I don't know. Probably there are people like that among them, but if they're very, very advanced, we would seem very, very primitive and look at the way we usually look at things like that. Some of us try very hard, though, to understand these other creatures in our world. So I expect there would be some like that too. But maybe the vast majority wouldn't even really be thinking about that. Yeah, maybe it's not about us at all. We're just the pawns on the board. That's what I think it is sometimes. We're just pawns being played. All the countries, all the leaders. We're not even in the game, really. We're just part of the game. Could be, you know. I mean, look at it. They used to have chess tournaments where people would dress up like the chessboard pieces, and kings would have them move around like chess pieces. Yeah, they could be doing something like that with us in a bigger way. Yeah, and I hear that there are a lot of different gray species too. Some of them are okay, and some of them are not okay. Some of them are malevolent, some are benevolent, some are just neutral, and they're in it for themselves. Um, so I hear that there's literally people. It probably looks like Mos Eisley Cantina out there somewhere. It probably does look like Star Wars or Star Trek or something, or both put together. Could be that, yeah, probably. I mean, from the way Enlil and Inky were talking, Enlil wanted us all killed because we bothered him because we were too noisy. So his answer for us, because we were too noisy, was kill them all with a flood. He was the one that ordered the flood. That's what the story says. They're too noisy. They annoy the heck out of me. They give me a headache. Kill them all. And Inky was the one that told the Noah figure, get your shit together. There's going to be some stuff shaken real soon. You're going to need to be ready. Mm-hmm. Exactly. That's the Old Testament for you. A power struggle going on. It's a turf war all the way through. We've been involved in a family turf war too. Family sibling rivalry thing between Inky and Enlil. I'm telling you, they're no better or worse than us. They are us. Let's face it. We're like them. They're like us because we're like them. They used some of their own genetics to do this. I know it. They use their own genetics in the mix. That's why we're a lot like them. That's why we're repeating some of the same damn mistakes they did. We're making the same fucked up mistakes that they made with the GMOs and everything. Yeah, and Enlil is Yahweh. Yahweh. Yep. The the God of the Bible, the Old Testament, that was really cruel and just wanted everybody obliterated. That was Enlil. We're pretty sure was actually Enlil. Yeah, I felt like a science project all my life, right? And where? I don't know where that is. Penticton? Oh yeah, this planet has a really violent past. But apparently there was a time when things were much more calm. People who have looked into this say that it wasn't always like this. Um, for a long period of time, people did really well here. Then they got nearly obliterated. Well, maybe not in practice, but in genetics, yeah, possibly. Um, but it probably wasn't a monkey because we're not really that close. We're much closer, like I said. We have other life forms. We're much monkey would be very far back. Um, um, like I said, the bonobos are probably the closest to us, really. The ones that they hide. They want you to see the other chimps, but bonobos are chimps too, and they're very close. They act a lot like we do. They really have a lot in common with us, a lot more than the other chimps do, as far as behavior. For instance, they're on all the time sexually, like we are. You know how we are all the way until we get to a certain age and then it drops off. That's the way they are. Whereas the other chimps that they show us all the time, those only have sex when they go into estrus, when they go into heat. They have a heat cycle. We don't have that. We are anytime, right? The bonobos are anytime too. I think really they might be, they might be ancestors, in a way of speaking, to these bodies. And the interesting thing are they're peaceful, but they're only peaceful because it's a matriarchy. The women keep the peace. How do they do this? Every time the males look like they're going to have a fight, women trick them into having sex instead. Every time they get that energy up, the women trick them into having sex. Then they get too shagged out to fight, and then that keeps the peace. Whoa! What the hell is this? A child abduction. Oh, well, sorry to hear about that. I can't do anything about it. That scared the out of me. Yeah, Sasquatch. I don't think they're I really don't think monkey is the right term, but yes, I would say hominid. And different hominid. Might be. Maybe. But remember, humans exist everywhere. Humans exist everywhere in the universe now, it seems like. When I was looking, they're everywhere in the galaxy. I don't think that humans really came from here originally. I think we originated on Lyra. If you ask my real opinion, I think we originated on Lyra. And that's where we developed. That's where we went through our evolution to become what we are. And then the Anunnaki, it looks like what they did is because they wanted a lesser species, like through that they could have as a servant through some wacky genetics in there, so that they could make something a little lower than themselves. But yeah, probably we started on Lyra because there are humans from Lyra. The humans and the cat people both came from Lyra. And I thought that too. What if they took the Sasquatch and that was the hominid they chose? Maybe. It could be. Right. See, Lyra was in an ancient Star War. Story about Lyra. I'm talking about Lyra, yes. Yes. They were part of the Star Wars, yeah, the ancient Star Wars. And yeah, eventually they were forced to capitulate or be completely eradicated. Their planet was destroyed. That's the story. But humans and the cat people both came from Lyra. Both existed on Lyra. I'm pretty sure humans evolved on Lyra. But I could be wrong. And what we call humans today, it is a very loose term, isn't it? There are all kinds of humans. We have all these different bloodlines. We have all these different blood types, you know? Yeah, I got an Amber Alert. Scared the crap out of me. Yeah, they scattered all across the universe and moved to Andromeda and Orion before they come down. Orion's the way you get to Earth. You got to come through Orion to get to Earth, is what I hear. So yeah, some of them would be coming from Orion. Some of them might have stopped at Orion, the Orion system. Once again, one of the belt stars in Orion is going nova, supernova. They might be evacuating. And if they're in the process of evacuating, this could very easily be one of the places they come. We'd be right on the way to the outer parts of the galaxy. Yeah, I think we hit Mars first. We'd probably, and then there was a war on Mars. It looked like there was some kind of horrible thing happened on Mars. When I see Mars, pictures of Mars, I feel very sad. It's almost like I feel very sad. There was something there, and it's blown to bits. Yeah, we're getting manipulated right now. Exactly. You've been time slipped several times this evening. Interesting. In what way? Do tell. I believe in that. Happens to me a lot. I don't know. I forget. Louis Ta, it needs to be, we need to look it up maybe and look into it. But that's what I was hearing is that it's already had a micronova, which means that a supernova is on the way. If it has inhabited planets, chances are they'd be evacuating and maybe have been evacuating for a while. Yeah, basically, that's what I think too, YJ. That's why I was calling it fridge soup. Yep, they probably have a refrigerator full of all kinds of DNA from everywhere. Mix and match. Like a zoo garden, yep. It is kind of like that, isn't it? In some ways, it's more like a farm. Yeah, yeah, the Goldilocks zone would be bigger, probably around a bigger star. Yeah. And maybe the inhabitants would be much bigger of those planets. Might be quite a bit bigger. We don't know. Or, and there may be places where they're a lot smaller too. Oh, weird. Oh, weird, B. Freeman. So the internet is time slipping on you. I see. Yeah, I was wondering why you were talking about something I said like way back there. And then you were talking about it. That is weird. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's going on. Well, our sun is set to send out an EMP pulse and have a solar flash, they say. That's what they say. But is that even the truth? Don't know. Some people say that is not the truth. Some people say doesn't work that way. That we're nowhere near a micronova. Some people say we're almost there. Be any time. Oh yeah, but I'm not going to be around for it, YJ. I'm not going to be around for that. I'm going to be in some other version. I just decided I'm not going to be around for that. Either it'll be so far in the future I'm not here, or I'll be in another version by then. I'm not staying here for that. Yeah, I could knock out what we're using for power forever. Could be the last time. Things would shut down and not start back up again ever. Well, it depends on why the system is crashing. There is supposedly a reset coming, a real reset of the matrix. Either we'll reset without a virus, or either we will have cleaned the virus out, or else. Because as far as I know, there are no plans to try again. This is the last attempt. Yeah, everything metal. That's what some people are saying. That may be why a lot of places are like smashed and broken. Everything's all broken up. Metal would just, he wouldn't want to be around anything metal at all. I dream of places like that all the time. There's places I'm in, there's a place where there's, I live near this shopping mall. I live near this strip mall. I'm always wandering through this mall. I don't really like the place. Sometimes I'm traveling around outside, but I've had a lot of really weird places I've showed up in dreams. Yeah, well, as far as I know, we're going to be on an upgraded system. Whatever can be saved is going to be saved, but we're not sure what that's going to be yet. Not sure how much we're going to have left yet of it. It looks to me like what's happening is we're being moved, like we're in a place right now where we're moving into a different server. We're moving on to a different server. So, and then D5 is actually a different server. And then from D5, we go wherever we want to go. We can get out. I think we get out after we make it to D5. I think that is actually where you get out. That's why it's so important. D5 is like, you know how you're trying to save data? How would they be doing that? Well, all the programs that they've managed to clear, of the virus, maybe they'd be saving those onto a different server. Something safe that wouldn't get infected. That might be the only way to save it, save any of it. And then what could not be disinfected would be gone. See, that's what I think this whole D5 thing is. I think it's a different server. And I think that is, from there, you can leave. Because somehow this has been compromised. You know, and we're in some kind of in-between place right now. I don't know how to explain it. The old world is really gone already. We have vestiges of it here that are being gotten rid of. Okay, this is the way I see it, and I know this isn't exactly the way Chris and Cherie see it, okay? But as far as I can tell, this is what it looks like. I cannot promise you this is the exact way it is. But what it looks like to me, when I look at it, it looks like we have been moved. Almost like we're in the flash drive or something. We're not where we were all those years, okay? We're not there. We're out of there. That, I think, is what they mean by D4. See, I think they're just calling it something else. This is like an intermediary place, like we're being held. Then I think whatever can be cleaned is going to be saved. Whatever cannot be, whatever's too corrupted is just going to have to go, going to have to be left behind. The other place, I think that world is already in the midst of being gone, in the midst of just that world that we left. I think we left there already. We're in an intermediary place. And actually, Chris and Cherie think so too. We're in some kind of intermediary place. Yeah. Stairway with Jacob's Ladder dreams. Not yet. See, that's what I think D5 actually really is. I think D5 is where we end up, where all the stuff that is not too corrupted ends up, where all the stuff that gets cleaned ends up, and then we get out from there. That's what I think. I think it's the way out is there. And it's because it has probably something to do. You wouldn't want this spreading out again. You wouldn't want to take any chances on this virus spreading again. Remember, our systems are so integrated, just like our internet is integrated here. This system is so integrated into everything that's why we had to fix it. That's what I think. That's what it looks like. We had to come and fix it because it was like a worldwide internet problem. But this was whatever we have, whatever our society is like. This technology is ubiquitous. If it spreads out, it's going to affect everybody. So we had to fix it. It's the only reason we take these kind of risks. And it looks like we did have that advanced of a civilization, but not advanced enough to let entirely go of our games, right? Yeah, I think when we make it to finally make it to where we're heading, I mean, this is, I really keep saying it, honestly. I keep seeing it like a temporary intermediary place. I keep getting that. It's just a temporary place. Where we are now is just temporary. It's not the old place. It's not the new place. It's the temporary place. It's like a holding place. Yep. You use your winch to hold your Jeep to a tree so you can drive it. You won't be able to drive it. It'll be ruined. That motor will never start again. You're not going to have to get through it. It's not going to happen to you, YJ. You're going to be gone. You're coming with us. You coming with us or not? You're going to be gone. That isn't going to happen. I really don't see it. I mean, I asked. Is that really going to happen? No, it's really not going to. Okay, I don't know. This means nothing. I know. It means nothing. I'll try to douse for it. I'll do a douse. Let me try. Now let me calibrate it. Are you ready? Yes. Show me yes. Saying yes. Okay. Saying, which is usually yes in my. Okay, no. Okay. So let me test. My name is Amanda. It's just going in a circle. Okay. I have a dog. I have a pet dog. It's just going in a circle. I have a fish. Okay, show me no again. Show me no. What does no look like? Okay, you're going to go around in a circle for no. Yeah, is that right? Okay, I see. Okay, YJ's a woman. I'm happy to inform you, YJ, you are not a woman. Okay. Are we going to go through a pole flop, pole shift? Are we going to flop over? Are we going to have to live through that? No. And it's a very vigorous here. Are we going to go through a pole flop? Are we going to flop over? Is that going to happen? No. No, it's not. Are we going to be out before then? Yes, we'll be out of here. We'll be out of the whole paradigm. Okay, so let me ask, is 5D, is 5D the drop off? Is 5D the jump off place where we go home? Seems to think so. Like I said, is this conclusive? No, not at all. Thank you. Higher self. Is it conclusive? Of course not. Of course it's not. But that is supposedly from my deeper self. So don't worry about it. The other Earth videos where it's all empty. I'm not sure. A new heaven, a new earth. Yeah, a new server, a new Earth. Yeah, that's what I think. We will have fixed it. This new place. We're just going to move it all to a new server, an upgraded operating system that will keep the virus from happening again. The OS is going to get an upgrade, so to speak, in terms that you would understand here. It is like we're upgrading to a new operating system and a new server and everything. It's just so this is not going to happen. Yeah, that's another thing I noticed. We have actually different vehicles. This one won't be. We put in different, we've learned a lot, okay? We've learned a lot, Lewis. That's why some stuff is just going to be bulked. It can't be saved. If there's a chance that it can reinfect, it's going to be left behind. Only the stuff that's been cleaned is going to be able to go. That may be why the story's about the righteous. Yeah, we're going to be losing all of the a lot of stuff's going to be gone. And it's disappearing. Stuff is going. It's not even going to happen, YJ. No, they won't. Well, maybe on the old place they will. Maybe that's how it finally ends. Maybe that's how they finally end. But I really hope you don't stick around for it. Really hope you join us in the new place. It's not going to happen. Okay, you can disagree with it. Okay. Well, if you prepare for it and it doesn't happen, then what gets hurt? But I still, knowing that I'm a creator and a programmer, I know I'm not going to be around for that because I don't want to be around for that. I don't want to see what that looks like. That's going to be a mess. That's going to be a terrible mess. And I'm going to create that I'm not here. Hope you join us, but if you don't, that's okay. You'll have another different adventure and we'll meet someday. We'll meet again someday. Yeah, I think the elites are getting ready to go underground. Yeah, like they did before. Yeah, I know. I've looked into it all. I've heard about it for years and years and years and years and years and years and years. I've heard all kinds of angles on it. I've heard about the middle thing. I've heard about the this, and I've heard about the that, and I've heard about the other times it's split. And I've heard it all. I've heard all that. I just don't think it's going to happen this time. I think we're done with it. You know why? Because we're done with it. We're done. This is it. We're calling it a day after this. You know what I say? Let them all go underground. Then let's stop up the holes and leave them down there. And not let them out again. Then everything will be okay. Okay, love, you can respectfully disagree. And I love you anyway. Like I said, if you get ready for it and it doesn't happen, you're fine. Right? Gives you something to do. Then you feel like you're well, feel like you're ready. I don't think anybody would be ready for that, really. I think it would be impossible to be really ready for that. I don't think it would happen. Well, we've come to 4 hours anyway, and I try to make 4 hours my limit. So I'm going to say YJ's taken off. I'm probably taking off too. I'm going to see what's going on. And the next chat over. And so the truth is where you find it. And hope you're finding some truth on my channel. And if you're not finding truth, I hope you're at least finding fun. Right, because you would talk about it. That's what I think is happening with me sometimes. They won't let me remember because I talk about it. Who's talking out of fear? Me? I'm not afraid of anything. I'm fine. I'm going to be fine. I don't look. YJ, do your preparation. If you're right, you're going to be fine, I guess. It's just, I don't see it. I'm not going to say I see it when I don't see it. That doesn't mean it can't be. That's not what I see. You know, and there are different possibilities for different. I mean, it could be that your trajectory is different. Maybe you're the fractal that's going to do that. Maybe you're the fractal that's going to go through that. I can't tell you one way or the other. I'm not. And I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid because I've been told I'm going to be taken care of through all of this. I'm not going to get hurt. And besides, I'm an eternal soul. What the hell is there to be afraid of? I'm an eternal soul. Even if it happens. You know what? If I'm wrong and it happens, hope I go quick. I don't want to see the devastation. I don't want to see it. I don't want to be around for it. I don't want to have to live through it. I don't want, no. If that happens, I'm out. One way or another. And it really has nothing to do with fear. Because really, I got nothing to fear. I know who I am. I know I can change things. And there is nothing that big that we can't change it. Nothing. I don't believe there is anything big enough that we can't change it, at least for ourselves. Like I said, you may be a fractal that decides to live through that. And if so, go have fun. Maybe it'll be fun. I don't know. From my point of view, it won't be fun. And I'm done with the suffering shit. I'm done with it. I won't be back. Not on that world. Yeah, I'd like to see a little bit of peace and niceness. I'd like to see it be peaceful and nice. I don't know that it will. I think we'll be doing a lot of building. I think we got a lot of building we're going to be doing because there's some reason why I am so interested in all of this off-grid tech, antiquitech and stuff. There's got to be some reason I am. I think we're going to need it. I'm thinking that's what we're going to do, is we're going to use that kind of thing instead of this fake alien technology that we've got now. I think we're going to start to get back our original technology and use it and get back the knowledge of that, which is probably more advanced in some ways than what we've got now even. Okay. Thank you, dear. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being a friend. Thank you for being a friend. And I remind you, you are divine. You are creators. Oops. Something just changed. Did you notice? Whoa. Did you guys see that? My banner just changed. It's not blue anymore. I don't know. Maybe it's a sign. Maybe something's changing. Next year, watch. There's a lot of things going to change, but it's going to change for the better. We're going to be getting rid of some of this crap next year. Next year. Because it's time. We're done playing around. Just about done playing around. This stuff is really jumpy. Something's going on. That's good. I think it's a good sign. I'll take it as a good sign. I'll make it a good sign. How's that? I'll make it a good sign. Okay. Love you guys. And once again, tell people you love them. A lot of people are leaving. Some are leaving. A lot of them. You'll see. You already are. You'll feel a lot better if you say goodbye now and let them know you love them. Take care. Till next time. Remember, Wednesday, a party. Smoke them and drink them if you got them. Solstice party. I have no idea. It's just a really weird night. I don't know how you got here, Circle K. I don't know how all of this is. There's a lot of really weird shit happening right now. So I'm going to go off and see if I can get to the other chat and see you there, okay? Hopefully. Now it won't go. Is this going to go off?